looks cool. Want to watch it with me awkwardly till the comedy comes in? No, I'll probably have my penis in my hand. Thanks for very often though. Fuck was on your side tonight? No, it was not. Neither was skill. It fucking sucked today. Who's live? We got Lil B Montana playing Silent Hill 2. Got Logan Lotus playing Pummel Party. You got King Madison playing Quiet Pace. You got Super Sleepy playing GTA 3. Oh yeah, that's funny. The last time I mentioned my sisters, I was talking about Cyberliken. I was like, he's such a Chad. I love him so much. I'd let him date one of my sisters. But only Cyber. But he's taken, so he can't. Hello. What up, Angel? What up, Groovin? Gotta be quicker than that. Pencil Dick. That's the rest of the line, right?
Here,
snooze that.
This is for you.
You know, I was a photographer in the. Oh, you know, I was a photographer. No, I covered wars. You know, that's the line. Nice though. That's the parallel universe version of that line. But yes, that is Frank West from the first Dead Rising, and I'm playing as Nick Ramos. I think it's name. This Geico commercial LMAO with the fisherman with the dollar. Oh, see, I was thinking about Scary Movie 2 when he's like, "Yeah, we'll be friends," and then like she like immediately punches him. She's like, "You gotta be faster than that, Pencil Dick."
Fucking bitch.
But it does look like you are first-er. But I do appreciate Groovin also being first.
How am I supposed
Nick
to go
Ramos. Yeah, dude, he's pretty good. I like this game.
I was going the right way.
So we're just gonna hop right in. Let me actually launch this mother. Nick the mechanic, yeah. What up, your boy? How you doing?
I still gotta get on that.
How you doing? How you doing? I'm gonna steal that from
Oh shit, he's eating her butt. He's eating her
face.
butt.
Meat Canyon.
My butt.
Hey yo, it's Papa Meat here. How you doing? How you doing? I like how he does it. I miss Chuck. Chuck was cool. Chuck's pretty based. Where the fuck is... There it is. I was actually worried my stream deck wasn't working. Happy Sunday, bitches! I want to go to the office tomorrow. No. No. No! It is what it is. I have a short week though. I work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and I'm off Thursday, Friday, and then next Monday. So I got a 5-day weekend. Pretty stoked about that. It's my weekend and I need it now. Oh yeah, I forgot I was wearing this. Oh, what the fuck was I doing? PlayStation. Yeah. I got some cool recipes, even though I need a melee weapon. I'm about to get attacked. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Junk truck! Drunk car. I remember the Dead Rising game on 360 before number 2 had you play as Chuck in the town. Oh, that's Case Zero. Groovin. Had you play as Chuck in the town, you could beat the game in like an hour. Yeah, that's Case Zero, I want to say. Some shit like that. That's like a prequel part. This music. See, this has less time, but if I get on the freeway, I should be good. So let me just... I would have to go bring it around town. So go left. Ah! Immediately. Like I said, this reminds me a lot of... you guys ever see that video of Tobey Maguire losing his shit with paparazzi? He's like, yeah, the fucking why? Because they're blocking his car. Which I totally get. People are dicks to celebrities. Alright, let me keep on chat. I've been using Blender and Unity all weekend long. Hell yeah, dude. That's what's up. Remember when they remade Dead Rising 2 and they made it to where you play as Frank instead of Chuck and it was the same game? Yeah, that one is Case West for 2. You know what's annoying though? What the stuff that you're talking about, these are console only. Did you see? I think I sent you. Yeah, I saw it. It's really cool. Those are Xbox 360 exclusive DLCs. So if you actually didn't have that, you can't get it anymore because they closed the store. I guess you could try. Oh fuck! I think I went the wrong way. God damn it. You could try emulating it, but I don't think that is performance-wise. I actually think it's not great from what I heard. There we go. Probably on Game Pass. It is not on Game Pass. I don't think it is. You could try to make a recomp project. I can't do it. You can probably. Yeah. I gotta turn this bitch around. Do you know how to do that, Groovin? Because if you can, get to work. No, fuck you. Okay, that was really lucky. Yeah, I don't think those are on Game Pass. If they are, I'm mistaken, but my understanding is that those are Xbox 360 digital only exclusive mini games. Standalone DLC, or whatever you want to call it. Are we C++ing? Hey, what up, Paul? We're C sharpen. I don't know what language these games use. Ah, fuck! I did it again. Ah! I'm so lucky. All right, let me. What up, Paul? How you doing? I was explaining how there is lost content now from the Dead Rising franchise, the 360 digital onlys.
How am I supposed to create my culinary wonders now? Just a hot dog stand.
Hot dog stand. Doing okay. I don't know what a recomp project is. Recomp projects. Yes, you're saying that, Griffin. We don't know what the fuck how to do that. Case West and what else? It's Case West and Case Zero. I think it's what those are called. You thought you could beat the virus, but it was a rigged game from the start. I know, right? Talk to Jorge. What up, Jorge?
Maybe we can find you another hot dog stand.
No.
Jorge, you're gonna die, dude.
There. Spice is seducing.
Attach a dildo to a pull cue. What would you call that weapon? All right, George. Good luck. Bring him to a kitchen. Oh, okay. Shit. What up, Cash Cow? Shit, I can't wait for Tuesday. Is that when you get to show off your stuff? Rockets, Red Glare, Fireworks. That's a good name for fireworks. There should be a restaurant in here somewhere. Yo. Yep. Nice. Good shit, bro. I can't wait to see it. Are you still playing Spider-Man? Where is a restaurant supplies? That doesn't count as a restaurant, though, I don't think. Thrift store. I know there's a restaurant over here. I can take him that way. I'm pretty close to the end of the main game. Sweet. Are you gonna play the sequels and the DLC? Well, the DLC and then the sequels after that? Can I get through here? That's annoying. Everything's blocked off. Old games are a beta to port. I don't know what that means. Even if you get the code through 360s or like PowerPC or something, totally different architecture. I'm pretty close to the end of the main game, but companies that want to can port last gen, couple gens to PC with almost no effort. Sonic Unleashed unofficial PC port already happened. Yeah, that's true. They are doing that, but I don't know. I can't code like that. You do it, Groovin. that was for PC or PS3, Groovin. That's for 360? Because I know PS3 is even more of a bitch to emulate. Because of the emotion engine. I think there's a restaurant over here. Flying duck. Is that a restaurant? No, it's travel. Hold on. Hold on, fuckers. Hold on, can I circle around? Can I bring it around town? I just saw that for the new Mission Impossible. Dude, I really want to see that movie. Good stuff store. Happy Good Mart. Alright, hold on. Let me catch up on chat. It's both, but the recomp uses the 360 version. That was a lot of ads. So yeah, I switched it to do 3 minutes of ads every hour rather than a minute and a half every 30 minutes. Sorry. Oh, I looked at the Sonic thing. They dumped the C++ code from PowerPC and then finish a port to modern PC by hand. Solid effort to play an old Sonic game. Yeah. You know what movie I just saw? The New Final Destination and Minecraft. Dude, I liked that New Final Destination a lot. Everyone just like that? Sorry, Cash Cow. You know what movie oh, and that one thing I asked you to make, I'm checking in on it. How's that going? I have not touched it. I'm sorry, dude. My queue is full right now, but I will get to these at some point. Where the fuck is the restaurant? Hamburgers! There we go. What the fuck? There we go. There's a kitchen in here, guy. Alright, I made a simple version as temporary until you get to it. Thanks, man. I would like you to make me some ceviche. Can you get on that? Yeah, I could do that. You want to bring me the groceries? I got you covered. Dude, that ceviche is good. I love that shit. Alright, is there a kitchen? Oh yeah, there's a kitchen right here, dude. Come here, bruh. Where'd you go? Oh god. There you are. Alright, you're in the kitchen. Do your kitchen stuff. To the kitchen? Wait a minute. Ah, why did I do that? No. Oh god damn it. I'm about to reload. I don't want to do all that again. I went the wrong way. I had the wrong mission selected. I thought I said a kitchen. It's the kitchen. Why won't it read? Make me eggs Benedict. I actually don't know how to make eggs Benedict. I also don't even really like eggs Benedict, to be honest. I always thought that these games as doing a favor escorting people the game. It can be. I mean, there's a lot of combo weapons and stuff, which I dig. Fun story, cool zombie mayhem, you know? But I'm totally gonna reload that. How do I do this? I've made it several times. It's easy to do. Tight. Nice. The Prince of Egypt is on, and they're looking at the hieroglyphs of them throwing babies at the alligators, and I'm like, hell yeah, brother. Let's see. So rather than zigzag, oh man, I had to go that way anyway. I'm gonna have to buy one more device in the near future. What kind of device, Groovin? What do you need, brother? Was it really the recycling depot? That was... Yeah, it is. I went the completely wrong way. You idiot! Wait, what? Is that a clip? What'd you clip? What'd you do? It's a secret? Okay. And go left. Yep. Get down here. Ooh. Go right and take it all the way down. I'm gonna see if I can finish this shit today. I'd like to if possible. It's right there, yep. Didn't work how I wanted. Sweat! Alright, talk. Skip. Skip. Sweat! Skip. Alright, brother. Shut up. Let's go.
That's a crazy job to take on. Maybe we can find you another hot dog.
Spikes is to seduce. Her to eradicate the hunger.
Oh, nice. That was a good one.
Get me to a kitchen.
Alright, dude. Let's go. This is not a good spot to talk.
Oh, Christ.
Alright, come on, Jorge. To the kitchen, which is now selected. Alright, Jorge, get in the fucking car.
That is no way to treat me.
Alright, where are we going? We are going... Can I go through there? I think I can. Looks like I can. I hope I can. Yeah, I can. How's everybody doing today? Hope everybody's enjoying their weekend. The end of the weekend is nigh. F knife. It's fantastic. Fish and chips. That's like my bar go-to.
Salt, pepper, bacon, more bacon, more habaneros.
Is it just me or does he sound kind of like Danny Trejo?
I call it the master dog. They fortify and strengthen the heart and soul of every dog.
Let me get the meat cleaver real quick. Let me drop, oh, I hear zombies.
My succulent wings will always be there.
Sounds like the heavy from TF2. It kind of does. Does a little bit, you're right. Here, can you take this? Alright.
May women love you forever.
I didn't mean to do that. God damn it. Pick this shit up.
Grab something.
Senor, oh come.
Alright, whatever. You missed out.
I am thankful.
Alright, so I'm gonna take you to a safe house. You can get the fuck away from me. That's what I'm gonna do. Is probably on the way. Yep. Wait, no. Police station. Down there. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna drop you off over here. Alright, get in the car. Oh. Alright, now's your chance, Jorge. Hop in, pimp. this be straight or do I have to? Yeah. Okay, we're good. Okay, I can make it. What do you call a drunk parrot that
What do
makes
you
fun
call
of
a
everyone?
drunk parrot that makes fun of everyone? Tequila Mockingbird.
Nice. Is Tequila Mockingbird a cocktail? I know about Tequila Sunrise. I don't think I've ever heard about Tequila Mockingbird. Ah! Wait, why is it down there? Well, either way, I'm gonna drop this motherfucker off because I'm gonna get him killed otherwise. I think this is one I had to climb. Stairs a little bit. Alright. Alright, Jorge. George. This way. I think I can get some combo weapons here too while I'm at it. This doesn't feel like a very safe house. Just saying. Oh, dude, my pistol's still there. It was a drink, then...
It was a drink, then got on the ban list. Ba-do-do.
The drink, then got on the ban list. Nice. I didn't know that. Alright, bye, Jorge. You're alive now. Let me get... Oh, no. This way? Weapons locker. Alright, what do we got? Combo downloadable content. What do we got in here? Combat knives. Turbine. Razorback. Pacifist. Looks cool. Shock blaster. The defibrillator. Tactical axe. Like mace pretty cool. I just want some melee. Electro fire staff. Elemental staff is good. Oh, and I love this one. The Mecha Dragon. Combos. I got the mini chainsaw's nice. Flaming sword's pretty dope.
Joey, do not get kidnapped by mimes. They will do unspeakable things to you.
I like that one. It's a good one. Alright, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. And I'm gonna get you. Not me. Not on my knee. You. Rocker respline? Oh, never mind then. Back. Alright, let me drop the cleaver. Pick up the... I picked up... Oh, it's over here now. Ooh. Cool. Tight. And then... I don't really need this. What are you up to today, Groovin? How's your day going? And you... Oh, I'm joking because the book got on the ban list for schools. Oh, did it? I didn't know that. Oh, it's Killing Mockingbird? Oh, that's lame.
What did the elephant say to the naked man? How do you breathe out of that thing?
That's funny. Yeah, dude. Banning To Kill a Mockingbird is fucking insane. How else are kids gonna know about the tales of Atticus Finch? Scout. Honestly, I feel like banning that book, you're missing the fucking point of that book. I don't know. I know there's some not kind words in there, but context matters. I don't know. What am I doing? I'm doing stuff in Unity. Still not very specific, but that's fine, because I know what you're working on. And I hope it's going well. Also, let me get out the map. How do I get down there? How do? Oh, nice. Down here? Got my car. Bitch. Am I in the police station? Can I go? Okay. It's like below me. So also, wait, Dwayne? Wait, what? Whee!
Here we go.
There's some final adjustments. Nice.
What do hurricanes and blondes have in common? There's a lot of sucking and blowing, then your house is gone.
Nice. Where do I go? How do I get down there? Also, I hear a special pickup thing. Where is it? Where are you at? It's up there somewhere. How do I get over there? How do I get up there? Climb this building, I think, and then I have to hop down. Can I come through here? I think it might work, actually. Or not. I mean, it isn't. Can I make that? Ah! Fuck.
Got company.
There's a recipe on the roof. But damn it. Hold on. How do I get below, though? Trying to... I'm not crazy! Also, I wasn't aiming that way.
A pirate walked into a bar with a steering wheel on his crotch. The bartender says you got a steering wheel on your crotch and the power goes. I know it's driving me nuts.
There you go. I was waiting for it. I was like, where's this going? That's a good one. So now the good one is navigating so I can get underground so I can get to this part. The parking entrance. I guess that would be it. But it went the other way. So let me see if there's like a second floor down, maybe, in here.
The other day I got bored and swapped the labels on my wife's spice rack. But mark my words, her time is cumin.
Very nice. Oh, cool. It is down here. All right. Where are you guys getting these jokes? Wait, combo. Oh!
Yes.
Can I still fly? Yeah. Oh, I'm like Wolverine! Let me get another, let's see. Real quick. It'll make sense in a minute. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sniveling, no good, cowardly son of a bitch.
Hi.
Hey buddy, what's the problem?
We're in trouble. I can't serve and protect shit when all my gear is locked up in that armory.
Is there a key?
Yeah, there's a key, and it's gone with the coward who took it. He don't care about our city.
Go fuck him up.
Out there, damn it.
Fuck him
If
up!
you can't get in here, maybe we can find what you need somewhere else. What would work?
Okay, I'll stay on watch here in case anyone shows up. I could really use a grenade, a handgun, and some riot gear.
It's like the end of every Keenan and Kel episode. Like, I need a gun, a handgun, grenade, and a riot shield. And then Kel goes, wait, Keenan, what do you need that for? And then he runs away, and he's just like, ah, here it goes. And then the show ends. Riot shield. Well, we came to the right place. We are in the armory, the police station. I'll find it. Be back,
Did you
buddy.
know that you can't use beef stew as a computer password? It's not stroganoff.
Shut the fuck up. That's a good one. I'm gonna steal that one. Armor. Oh, I have 0 points. Doesn't matter anyway. All right. Wait. Okay, I came this way. We're going this way. It's over here. Yeah, I don't think there'd be a grenade in here, but I do remember seeing everything else in this place. I just gotta go get it. Get it! Get it! Ah, here it goes. I missed that show. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. If I was a grenade, where would I be? Probably not in the lobby. Evidence storage? Maybe? Yeah, exists. There's Zambos over there. I could probably just go back to... Oh, nice. They'd probably be down here. Right shield. All right, I'm gonna drop one of my millions R's. Right shield and baton. That's fine.
This looks like it'll work for Dwayne.
A grenade. Going here? Yep.
What do police hotlines and glory holes have in common? They both rely on anonymous tips.
Pretty good too. You guys are on a roll right now. Give me a fucking handgun and a grenade. I know I could probably find some, but we'll see. What? Oh. Oh shit! Bitches. Alright, usually there's like cops. They're just like firing a handgun somewhere. I could probably go to my safe house and just spawn it, but where's the fun in that? Wait, let me go give this back so I can at least have my inventory spot back. In there? Ah. Store, right? Yeah. Nope, that's outside. Oh, wait. Handgun.
Cool.
Now I just need a grenade.
Dwayne wanted.
Grenada! Maybe up here? There's a baton. There is... Sweet! Give me a grenade. This guy's got fucked up over here. Is that text to speech? I can't tell. I don't know when I should or shouldn't read anymore. If you keep holding in your laughter, you might explode in a roaring crackle. Crackle? Nice. I like that one. Is it crackle because I can't read? And I was thinking about the streaming service. The goddamn grenade! It counts as a toy? Oh, mannequin. Alright, if I don't find it in the next like 2 minutes, I'm just gonna go to safe house and see if I can just spawn one there. Unless it's gonna be a dick and it's gonna be like, oh, you gotta waiting to recharge. That happened last time. I was spawning everything. Which I keep forgetting there's a limit on that. Alright, I don't think it'd be in here. Let's go back. Maybe outside. Actually, wait, that's where I came from. Yeah, there's nothing in that corner. Okay. Oh, those are handcuffs. I thought they were grenades. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna go drop these off first, and then I'll go on a grenade hunt. Oh. No. No, that's copy. Damn it. Got me again. You think it'd be at the fucking armory? Here you go, dude.
Well, look ahead.
Damn, brother.
Gear coming, brother. Well, look ahead. Keep that gear coming, brother.
Show thing, brother. Flash grenade help? Does that count? Probably not. No.
A grenade, a handgun, and some riot.
All right.
A sperm donor, a carpenter, and Julius Caesar walk into a bar. He came, he saw, and he conquered.
Very nice. There's gotta be a grenade around here somewhere. Where is... I'll just go to the safe house. There's probably one outside somewhere. Or in one of these military vehicles. Shut up. Joey, did you check Nature's Pocket? It's the first place I looked. If there's gonna be a hand grenade in my general vicinity, it would be up there. Trust me. Victor Bruno Mars area catches them. Alright, let me look for one of those like little military trucks. Oh shit. One of them. Can I open the trunk? No. Probably like, it's probably around here anyway.
That was too close.
It wasn't that close. Yeah, like up here or something. Not a grenade, but damn it, there's dynamite. I need a grenade. Perhaps in here? I'll catch a grenade for you. Explosive.
Looks like this is what Dwayne was looking for.
Sick! Found it. Alright. Flash, let me pick up. Can I spawn anything else? Because I would like some more melee. Combo. Super combo. Just regular combo. Super massager. Knife gloves. Filer. Honestly, the electric crusher is kind of nice. I'll do that. Alright. Tight, 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 tight. I just got the top clipper badge. Joey, read it out loud. Damn, that's supposed to be TTS. Joey, read it out loud. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, wait, what's the difference between poorly dressed man on a unicycle and a well-dressed man on a bicycle attire? Shut up. That's like a super dad joke. That's pretty good. I should write these down.
Come on, man. On.
I'll level up again. Oh shit. Alright, let's go. Let's go. It's this way.
Son of a bitch.
Oh wait, I got this. I have this. Range damage. That's what I want. Let's give me more Jill's butt. Yeah, dude. I kind of want to do a replay of that one just so I can look at her butt for another 12 hours. Combo crafting speed, agility would be nice. Sprint charge and duration. Life, food duration and effect, and 1 life cube. Life cube. Have you guys ever seen Cube? Those are cool movies. Armor. I do be getting shot a lot. Range damage. Piercing bullets. Oh, dude, for the that 3-split gun, that'd be amazing. Just stream you watching the vid and give commentary on live stream. Yeah, the VOD. Oh yeah. Reacting to my own video. Let's do vehicle push. Since combo crafting speed. Partial life regeneration. I should be working towards that, but I already have some points in range, so let me just commit. Alright. Dwayne! I come with gifts.
Well, look ahead.
Shit, nigga, shit.
Here coming, brother.
That's it. You think that's enough to get the job done?
Since you asking, brother, I sure am missing old.
What kind of workout does Jesus do? CrossFit.
Hell no, I'm married to this city.
That's my kind of joke right there.
Bitch of a shotgun, and she don't ever discriminate. Lost her when the outbreak hit. If you can find me a replacement, I'll be able to fight.
Shotgun? God damn it, Dwayne! I had one like next to me. You gotta tell me this shit ahead of time, son of a bitch. Any other weapons I'm gonna be right next to? I go back to the safe house. Unless there's one down here, maybe? I forget. Might be. Oh, there's my Czar. When I say Czar, I just think of Czarface. There's an assault rifle. Should be a shotgun in here somewhere, I think. So. Oh, I'll just go to the fucking safe house. Thanks a lot, Dwayne. He nailed it. Oh, nice. Shotgun. Let me maximize my PP real quick. Let me just go waste this. Because it's not gonna last forever. I don't want to just leave it. So let me just go over here and kill some shit. I like this weapon a lot.
What do you call a girl that doesn't suck dick? You don't.
What do you call a girl that doesn't suck dick? You don't. But break already. Get in there. Give me all your PP. All your PP are belong to us. JID, anyone? I like JID. Just waiting for this to break so I can get all my experience, my PP. Gonna break soon, I think. Yep. No!
Holy shit!
I was gonna break too. Which is fine. I'm on a roll now. Let me level up. Oh, what the fuck was that? I didn't know there was a barrel right there. You ruined my combo! Get off my groove! Level up already. Hurry up and level up. Use a chainsaw. What? I could get one. I'll do it after this mission that I'm almost done with. There we go. I just want to level up. And there's a shotgun in this store. At the corner over here, I think, right? Is it you? It's funny, I don't think it was. I think it was here. Yes.
This looks like it'll
Like a
work.
chainsaw. What?
I got some friends.
Really get some hot dog flavored water and chug a starfish. Will do. I'll get a pet gold cobra too while I'm at it. Is this one with the timer? This one, oh, what up, Phoenix? How you doing, man? This one does have a timer, but it is a lot more forgiving. This is actually the only... 4 is the only one that does not have a timer. So this is 3. 1, 2, and 3 all have timers. And 1 and 2 are pretty aggressive. This one is pretty lenient.
We need to give it a new name, like Young Doug.
Yeah,
How you doing
sure.
today, dude?
Too bad we can't get that armory unlocked. Give him some friends to play with.
Mayor's son took the key. I love my city and we can't let her burn. Do you hear? Promise me something. If you come across that cowardly son of a bitch, you make him pay, and you make him pay good.
I'll hit him with the Czar. Got you, buddy. Take item? Oh, no, you can keep that. Chainsaw. What? Oh, wait, he joined? God damn it. Leave me alone. All right, I'm going to the safe house anyway, just because I need to get some melee weapons. And it's honestly convenient being right there. Wait, did this unlock a side mission? No. Sweet.
I'm tired of all these motherfucking zombies on my motherfucking road.
Dwayne, don't get lost behind. Yeah, I don't. Oh, I do have melee. Right. Barely. I wasn't a fan of the timer doing good, gearing up for work this week. Yeah, I feel ya. 20 side missions, tight. The timer is something that I'm not the biggest fan of either. But this one, honestly, I think this might be my favorite one so far. Actually, I don't think, I know. We get some cool weapons. I honestly like the Mecha Dragon and Freedom Bear. What's the difference between Freedom Bear and Cuddly Bear? Do Freedom Bear, Chris America. I'm gonna switch back to this. Pick up you. We just dismiss this goober here. Honestly, you're probably the most capable one so far, Dwayne. But I don't need you. I was more partial to Dead Island than Rising. Well, they're two completely different franchises, but yes, Dead Island is cool. I like Dying Light more than Dead Island, but you know, I think the only wrong way to play these is not at all. Dead Island's a blast. Dead Rising is a blast. Dying Light is probably the best of the bunch, in my opinion. Does Chuck shove a bear up his ass or not? He's not using it. Well, this is Nick. But yes, I do believe he shoves up his butt. Every weapon is up the butt right now. This work? Yeah. Oh my god, this car is slippery. Ah! Whoa, what the fuck? Stop it. Okay. Uh-oh. Let's go faster. Let's go faster. All right, let's go. This reminds me nothing of the Dead Rising movie. Which movie? I mean, you know those movies are canon too, by the way, right? And they're not like really like a flat adaptation of it so much as it is just more of that world. I think the first Dead Rising movie is pretty alright. Two sucks. Oh, I do gotta go down there. Because I think the first Dead Rising movie takes place between 2 and 3. And then I think the second one takes place between 3 and 4. I can make it. Alright, whatever. Crackle, Dark Castle on Crackles. What's the Dark Castle? Is that the name of the second one? Because I know the first one's like Dead Rising Watchtower, right? That sound right? Door's locker key, hell yeah.
Got it.
And I forgot the name of 2. Swordfish. That movie. Dumb movie, but fun. Are you talking about Dark Crystal? Well, there's 2 Dead Rising movies. I don't know the name of the second one. There's one with the moon. Yeah, there's 2 Dead Rising movies. Fine Fuel. Here? Oh, I'm gonna get attacked by something. Tell me this is a boss fight room, and not tell me this is a boss fight room. What do we got in here? Super crossbow? Motorcycle engine and a crossbow. Do it. Let me drop something. motorcycle engine? There, right? The motorcycle engine? Lock the bars. And temporarily. Oh, oh. God damn it. This is the only part of the game I really struggle with. Give me the fucking crossbow! God damn. Czar, and then honestly, this is probably a solid lineup. I'll just leave this Czar here. They're easy to build. I'm gonna keep looking for fuel. Yep. Watch. I'm gonna fight a maniac right now, I bet. Whoa. Not the base. Not the base.
Holy shit, that's one of the mutations. I don't like this. That thing is Hemlock's top priority. Shit. What about the kid? Leave him.
Oh, cool.
What the hell? It's doing something to the other. Shit. No, get away from me.
Where'd he go? Get to the fuel car. Alright. Oh. Gonna be annoying. Let me save now. Also, this one lets you save anywhere, which is awesome. Alright, take you on the freeway. It's right here. Just try to not lose it on the way. Oh, fuck. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go the long way. That should work. I don't know what this barricade means right here. I don't know if I can get past that or not. I want to say I can. Have I not gone all the way past this one? Maybe there's a ramp. It's the ramp, but I don't know if it's going this way or that way. You know what I mean? Well, I just saved. And I'll go back to a checkpoint if I fuck up, so.
Get off my ride. Crap, this thing could blow any second.
Shit. Katarina. Alright. Whatever you do, don't come with me. Nice! I got 9,000 PP for that. And it's daytime finally. I don't have to deal with these super zombies anymore. Oh, yeah, I do. There's the B ones over there. Right, and then okay. Yeah. But no. The best bet is to pop a Yui here and then do that. I can make it! Fuck off. Got fuel in here, let me alone. Doing shit. Right? Right. Let me nick these. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh my god. Right? Right. I wish the map zoomed out just a little bit on the lower left. And the only reason I'm left to look constantly is just because so many fucking roadblocks and shit, you know? Didn't mean to do that. Can I break through here? Yes. Yeah. Like if this was like GTA, it'd be fine. I could just like follow the arrow or go just because there's, you know, so many roadblocks. But here, there's so many barricades and shit. Rhonda. Excuse me.
Rhonda, I got the fuel.
Why are you so sad? Oh.
I didn't know if you were coming back.
Hmm?
And now Diego's gone.
What?
I tried to stop him, honey.
Go, Diego, go.
I have been through some tough times, but this is... You know, it's got me to thinking about all the mistakes I've made in my life, and there's been plenty. Like my ex. I really messed that one up.
I've seen some crazy shit out there, but I'm gonna find Diego and we're gonna get this plane fixed. We're gonna get out. You and me. Remember, we are survivors.
No. Escape or die.
We're gonna save you substantial
Fuck.
ass. That's what he said. Shh. Listen.
Yes, we are receiving reports that General Hemlock has announced he will stick to the original 6-day timeline before commencing the destruction of the city of Los Perdidos. This follows quickly on initial reports that President Paddock was found zombie.
No, not the Sarah Palin looking president. No.
Bullshit.
Nice. Getting through it. Hopefully I can finish this today. Work. The fireworks in a forklift.
Listen, honey. We got the fuel, but this plane is not getting off the ground without a few parts. We need a rudder arm.
Has it really been an hour?
And an altimeter.
Where the hell are we gonna find
Alright, well, in about 3 minutes, everybody. We're gonna have 3 minutes of breaks, so just bear with me.
In the meantime, you need to go find that friend of yours. I think he went back to that stupid-ass museum. Something about trying to be a hero or something like that.
I gotta find him. The authorities are after him. Hemlock, I think. Man, they must be hard up. I think the government's doing something real bad to people out there. The president's death wasn't an accident. She was killed by Hemlock.
What on earth for? You're starting to sound like that little illegal paranoid friend of yours. Hey, did you turn her into that man to get the fuel?
Let's just say I came up with a different plan.
You're one of the good ones, Nick.
That's supposed to mean.
I'm gonna find Diego.
Hey, be careful out there. I worry about you. And don't let him hurt you. He looked about to claw his own skin off.
All right. Alpha P. Nightstick. What do we got in here? Anything worthwhile? Probably not. Let me see. I got some good shit. Alright. Find Diego at the museum. Can do. How do I get out of here? Do I just open this over here? Me out. Me out. Oh. So. Pummel blast? Crossbow. Oh, sledgehammer and a grenade. Ooh, that sounds cool. Got a sledgehammer here? Oh, they're both right here.
Hell yes!
Hey man, scared looking girl shooting off flares in Ingleton.
I got her.
Real sad.
Sunglasses? Black rim glasses? Oh, yes. I'm a nerd. Alright, let's do it.
Okay.
Stars are Binks. Demo's in that one, though. You see? Oh, no, just one. One makes a difference. Not much of a difference, but it counts, okay? I want to hear it. I'm trying to pummel, though. And let me go save this bitch. Why is everybody so far? So... Oh. Uh-oh. Get in the van! Oh, wait. I can combine these. Let me fight. Fight. Build. Build it. Build it! Bitch.
Back off!
Oh, shit. Nice. It's the best way to get there, though. You know the way. Are you forklift certified? He might be. I'm not. Are you? You about to be. How do I get through there? I kind of hate this area just for this reason. I don't want to have to go all the way under the freeway over here. Oh, I can do this. Oh, okay, okay. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Oh, that was a bad idea. Oh, they're stuck on it. Nice. Okay, so... Yep. That was... Did I blow it up? Damn, how many fucking...
Lady with camera ducked into some security room in Central. Looks paranoid.
Well, how many fucking side quests do I got? Let's go to this one because I'm already on the way there. And then I go down, right? No, left. Okay. That's fun. I would love a zombie game where it was realistic. Like if you don't have a forklift certification, you wouldn't know how to drive the forklift and had to take a class to learn. Well, how can you take a class in the middle of a zombie apocalypse? You can make it like an RPG, like Fallout, where it's like it's just not in your character sheet, basically. Is that what you mean? You got nothing but time in zombie apocalypse. Yeah, but you can find a teacher. You can find somebody to verify and put out your certificate, your degree. No, I hear you. I'm just being a butthead. Okay, yeah. Yeah. I'll just stop it around here and let's go through. Uh-oh. All right. Go to the warehouse and find the instructor. That could work. But he's got to teach you. It sounds like mechanically it wouldn't be very different from the blueprints here. Other than, you know, maybe there's like a mission or two associated with learning how to do it. I like that. What the fuck? Why is everything exploding by me? I see many OSHA violations going on right now. Yeah, I can go through. Wait. Oh yeah, that's the mission. See many. Oh yeah, sorry. Oh, wait, let me drink this. Go, 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 go. Give me that jet dry. All right. Coming, lady. Oh, you're on the roof. You're making this hard. Uh-oh. Fuck off me. Hold on, how do I get on the roof? You get through here? Probably not. Oh, maybe. Hey girl, how you doing? Mind if I drink some? If the movie Feast 2 taught me anything, is the police station is the best place to go. I don't remember Feast 2. I remember, what's the one where he throws the baby? What's that one? Is that one?
Hey, miss. How can I help?
Oh, God, thank you. I don't know where I am or what's going on. Thank the Lord I at least got this here flare gun.
It was the end of 2 and the beginning of 3.
Are you lost?
They threw the baby twice?
Utterly. I came in on the bus and was
I saw one of those, sort of, on Sci-Fi Channel. Forever ago, like I was in art school.
Your whole family's here. Wow.
That's the only scene I remember. I think Bob Odenkirk's in there, or Steve Odenkirk, whichever one was in Better Call Saul.
Look, I bet I know my way around better than you do. I can help you find them.
They left 2 on the cliffhanger and 2 picked up at the beginning of the movie. 3, nice. Hey, Kelsey to her family. Ah, shit. Well, my car exploded, so I'll. Calling me. Hey, how about you take... Find anything? Give you a gun? Fuck. Take this.
That'll work.
Ah, you
I
whore.
don't even know what that is.
Pull the trigger. It's a gun. A crossbow. Let me see if there's anything in here this bitch can use. No, I'm sorry. I didn't call you a bitch. I said this, hi. Oh, here, I'll make you this. This should work. I need you to not be a liability and get trapped and die on the way like they all do.
All I ever wanted.
Try this one. All right, we're gonna find a car. Okay, lady. It's cool. Wait, am I going the right way for Kelsey? Yes, this should work. Yeah, we'll find something on the highway. It was sort of a straight shot. Might have to fight our way through. I'll get you there, lady. Police car. My old vehicles? No, of course not. We're going this way though. Give me a car. It's gonna be bad. Elsie, how you doing? Oh shit. Oh, not good. Not good. Ah. I got something for you, motherfuckers. Kelsey, I can't see you. Kelsey, it's my bad idea. I'm sorry. Come on, Kelsey. Get a fucking car. Anything. Why are there no vehicles? There we go. Found the car, girl. Oh, nice. Oh shit, I'm gonna die. Kelsey! Kelsey. Kelsey. Get in, Kelsey. Nice. Working on it. Okay, that's really... That was scary. I'm almost dead, but we're good. Oh shit. What was that? Actually, I kind of want to get out so I can get some fucking food. Then left right here? Yeah. Already, the car's about to explode. It's okay, Kelsey, we'll find one on the freeway.
We got unwanted passenger.
Alright, everybody keep an eye out for a good car. Even that'll do, actually. Because it's not gonna last. Come on, Kelsey.
Looks like I got some friends.
Kelsey, get in. Get in the fucking car. She's in here, right? I think she is. Oh, jeez. No, not now, guy. Alright, we're switching again. Is there food? Nom-noms? Anything? Motor oil? What is that? Motor oil? Fuck.
Here.
Ain't you a darling? Thanks for that.
Here you go.
Okay.
Ain't you a peach?
Shit.
Why, bless you, sir.
Problem. Another one of these on me. And then we're gonna get in that car, and then we're gonna go. Shawty, is that Sandy Chick? She does sound like Sandy. What up, Shawty? How you doing? I'm panicking a little bit. This game got hard. At least I actually got close to failing this mission and dying. Just like a save, not Sandy Cheeks here. And we'll just do the rest on foot once we get over there, if it lets us. Right, and then go right, yep. Yeah, we do. Alright, Kelsey. Follow me! Hi, Kelsey. The fuck's your family?
Oh, thank the Lord. Thank you so much. We made it.
Yep.
Mama, Papa, it's me, Kelsey.
Did you get eaten by zombies, I bet? Good?
Whether it was fate or just plain luck, I'm sure glad you found me. If you wait here, I'm sure my folks would like to thank you.
Am I gonna get killed? Are they maniacs or psychopaths?
Hello? Y'all?
Oh no.
Don't be scared.
Not looking too promising for your family, Kelsey. Just saying. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'll kill them for you. Sorry, everybody.
Look, I'm real sorry, but that's not your family anymore, okay? It was gonna be you or them.
I know.
I think I've seen a video like this before.
Y'all at peace now?
They're
I know
them
you're
at
upset,
peace.
But it's not safe here. We need to go.
Okay. If you don't mind, I'd like to stick with you
All right, that means I go to a safe house and drop your ass off. What here?
for a little bit till I
Oh,
figure
wrong
out
button.
what I'm gonna do.
Kin and comfort. Successfully saved. That's good.
Nail that sucker!
I mean, that sucker was your like little brother, but yeah. All right, let me go through your shit now. Nice house. Damn, dude, what do you guys do? Own Google or something? This is a nice ass house. You have nothing I can use in here. Well, you have the gems. Can I just make the laser sword in here? You have a massager. Nice. Dope TV. They definitely moved cocaine before the zombies happened. Yeah, this is a nice house. Oh. Sorry. You got in the fucking way. What do you want me to do? Ooh, grenade launcher. A hookah. What kind of sunglasses are these? Large woman's glasses? No, that's fine. Like just like a little sailor boy. I'll take the sword. Here, take that. Get drunk.
Here's something.
Ain't you a darling?
But your family's dead.
Thanks for that.
That's why. The massager and oil in front of the TV in the bedroom is did he mention? Right? Something's up. You guys report this house. What'd you do? Also, I hear a recipe somewhere, so I'm gonna try to find that. Large harpoon. I don't think I want a harpoon. Die. Nice. I could take this. I'll ditch. Yeah, I only have a few more shots of this left. Let me just
That is just wrong.
get the fuck out of the way. I tried to give you this gun, but no. Oh, I can't combine it yet. All right, I'm gonna run out of melee power soon. Let me find the recipe and GTFO. I can hear my neighbor's dog howling. It makes me feel sad. It's like above. How did I get up there? Oh, this might work. Yup. We got a bear. Weapon, okay. Pushy bear? Bear got. There's gold. I knew I should have make sure I picked it up. Freedom bear in a wheelchair? Where's a wheelchair at? Take the large machine gun. Shit. He's gonna drop it off the roof, isn't he? Well, I'm gonna fall off the roof in a second anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. Oh, cool, that worked. Sure, man. Alright, and then... Kelsey? Kelsey? Oh, she's over there. Alright, Kelsey. You're gonna have to... You're gonna have to come back over here. Oh, treehouse. Gotta be a car somewhere. I mean, it's not that far. We could probably run for it. I need this bitch next to me. There you are. Hey, girl. Get in. Okay. How do I get to that safe house? Is it just through here? It might be, actually. I'm just overthinking this. How'd you get on top? Anyway. Yep. I think it's over here. Nope, I fucked up. We're gonna die. Safe house is in there, but how do we get in there? Hold on. I've been through this before. Either way, we're gonna go through the crowd over here. Sorry, Kelsey, we're gonna find our way again. Don't get grabbed. Yeah, it's in here. Right? Yep. Head hurts, so I'm gonna be lurking, but I hope you're having fun. I'm having a lot of fun. I'm sorry your head hurts. Are you okay? You've been like... pain. Safe house is in here. How do I get you to leave me alone? Safe house is over here. Hold on, because I need the little like war room. So I can kick her out. It's in here. Here we go. Everything's so fucking hard to find. All right, Kelsey, I love you, but bye. Save your life. Chainsaw, what? Fucking chainsaw, what? Well, drop that. This work? Oh. I'll get a new one if it lets me. I need 2 melee weapons, preferably, maybe 3. Will it even let me? I think it gives me 2. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab... Oh, dude, this is awesome. The Mecha Dragon Blade, that one. And then let's do the Flame Sword. And if you don't mind, I'll do Electric Crusher. That's fun. Yeah! Alright, we're in business. What? Oh. Oh, also I need more Pokeballs. No, nope's not a Poke Catch. I meant Poke Shot. I like how they encourage you to use melee more than guns. Yeah, you kind of have enough. Oh, dude, I'm broke. Do another 10. Oh, I lost everything. Alright, it's whatever. Yeah, I do too, that they prioritize melee more than guns. You threw 20. Yeah, well, I didn't. It didn't count as throwing 20. I'm actually surprised it even let that finish. I tried that Poke Shop Ultra Ball 20. I wanted to buy 20 of them. I'm never gonna financially recover from this. Yeah. All right, let's see. Investigate the security room. Well, the psychopath's right here, so let me save and then fuck him up. Let me get out of here first. I cut through here? Yeah. No. I just went a big ass circle. Alright, sorry guys. This way. Oh, get rid of that. Yeah, this safe house is kind of hard to find. It was like tucked away. And we're going... Oh, nice. It's right there. A yoga psychopath? Might be fun. Ooh. Any good in here for me? When are we getting a video game based on the movie Teeth or Jennifer? How do you make a game about a woman with a tooth in her vagina? Or a toothed vagina? And, are you talking about Jennifer's Body? I can see that being a game. But I cannot see the movie Teeth being a video game. So never. I can see Jennifer's Body, actually. No, Jennifer, the other one. I don't think I've seen Jennifer. What's that one about? I never heard of Jennifer, actually.
That's what I'm talking
Hey! That's a dude, isn't it?
You are incredible, Jerry.
Excuse me, Jerry?
I just saw a butt and I made assumptions.
Hey, mister.
Uh-oh.
What did you say?
I knew it. I knew it.
I am no sir. I am Jerry with 2 eyes. I'm about to take home my long-deserved Miss Gigantic California trophy. No one and nothing's getting in my way. Do you understand me?
Hey, listen, it's probably been canceled because there's a zombie outbreak out there.
God, you're good looking. You know that? You winner, you.
You know, you really are indeed gigantic, sir. Ah, not a sir. Man.
No, you are not going to beat me. I am Miss Gigantic California. And wham! How about a little humility?
Sweet! Nope, nope. Alright, hold on. I gotta shoot her with some shit. Actually, I got something for your ass. Oh god, put it down! Game's on something right now. Don't touch my teddy bear. Oh my god. Don't throw shit at me. What? She's got fucking different stages? I can do this all day. Oh shit. I hurt. Well, fuck you up, Jerry. Going down, Jerry, with 2 eyes. Got her. It's about a girl with a fucked up face, but a banging body. A cop takes her in and ruins his marriage. Jennifer eats his cat and then moves on to people, and the whole movie he acts like I can save her. That sounds gross.
You deserve happiness.
Ooh, shit. The horror movie like Teeth? Okay, where it's like men prey on, or the ladies prey on the men. Nice. Oh, I was hoping he got smushed by the thingy, you know? Like, you ever see those movies? Or, actually, I mean, this happens. Where, like, the leg presses, and then they overextend, and then the weight causes their knees to bend the other way. Like that way? Like The Arrival, if you've seen that movie. It's a big fear of mine. You really think that the Teeth video game won't work? No. How do you make... I mean, how do you gamify that? How do you make that into a playable experience? I can see it maybe, if anything, being like a Telltale game, where they can choose who and who not to hook up with, and who's not to, whose dick to bite off or not with your pussy. I don't see how that could be a game. Like Stubbs the Zombie. Wait, okay, I need you to explain this, you boy. It does not compare. Contracted, as gross as that movie is, maybe, but not Teeth. No, not like Stubbs the Zombie. Oh yeah, I do have side missions. Touch me. Ooh, this one.
Oh man! Get off my car!
Can I make that? Whee! Oh nope. Alright, that did not work like I wanted. Alright, that sucks. How did I get up there? I thought it would connect. I can just run this way, I guess. Oh, wrong button. Need some a little more oomph. Alright, and then we're gonna make it back up on the freeway. And we're not gonna do what I just did again. We're gonna go the long way. Can I change the map to not rotate? It would actually be less confusing. It'd be easier for me to navigate if it didn't rotate. Probably not. Probably not. When I get a better setup, I was thinking about playing Funko Fusion. I've heard of that. I have no idea what the gameplay is like. Is it like a Lego game? Imagine it being like a Lego game. Is there an ETA by chance on when you're gonna get a better setup? Like a Lego game but Funko Pops? Yeah, that's cool. I like those Lego games. Oh, nice. Explodes. And then, yep. Actually, I can just cut through. I don't need a vehicle. I don't think so. Uh-oh. Wait. There we go. Oh, wait. Melee. Can I make them last longer? Melee armor? Yes, but I need. Oh, shit. Points for days, son. I'm hopping around my birthday in September. That'd be sick. Less enemy grabs, more available. You're getting a lot harder to hold on to, like greased pig at a rodeo. In September. Nice. Mine's in July. I'm getting old. Range should be cool too. Melee. Yeah, honestly, melee armor is nice. Oh, maybe I should have stayed in the fucking car. Going through here? I think I do.
That was a workout.
How did you get a turn if you don't mind me asking? I think I'm older than you. Am I older than you? That's a scary sound. Do I have melee? I have 1, 2 melee, okay.
You hiding from zombies?
Did they send you? What do you want from me? Wait a minute. You're not in the photos, and you're not on the list. Don't let them see you.
Who?
Kyla.
And what's all this about photos and a list?
Wheels within wheels. Join the dots and see what's going on. Trust me, it's the government that's behind all of this
Government.
zombie shit. Jesus, wake up.
Wake up, sheeple.
That's a pretty huge theory. You got any proof?
Zombies were the perfect distraction to get the evidence I needed, but the suits know I'm keeping close. They'll be looking out for me, but they don't know you. How about a little dumpster diving, huh? Go search the trash near their offices and report back.
Sorry about that.
Come on, man. There's gotta be a smoking gun
Oh.
somewhere in that trash.
Alright. Dang it. Dang it. Alright, let's do this one because it's closest. I guarantee you it's the furthest one. Nope, not spoiled. Coffee. Garbage coffee, sure. Chemicals, a flare gun. More bottle. Oh, nope, bottled water. That's what I want. Drop you. You, and then let's go to the next fucking dumpster. Oh, nice. I didn't even notice you here. What's up, dude? Yippee. Actually, is there a nearby safe house? I should go. Yeah, let's go to the safe house first. Oh boy. Wait. What's going on? Oh, I leveled up. This is not good. Cyber! Dang, has it really been 13 months? I appreciate you, dude. How you doing? Means a lot. I'm playing the best entry in this series. Just got home from the park with the kids. Nice, you guys have fun? What? How do I get in there? Oh yeah, I remember. I remember. Yeah, hell yeah. What are you guys gonna do now? And then just need more melee. Chop and talk. Chop and talk wasn't that great. Super crossbow is surprisingly effective. Resupplying? Ah, fuck. I combine anything while I'm here then? I like that balance, so I don't sit here and just spam all the weapons I need and then leave. I still have to... It's enough to get me going if I'm in a bind. Might as well. They're eating, then showers, school night. School? What time's their bedtime? Like 8 or 9? Next. Actually, let me see, because I'm pretty sure there are some parts out here that I could probably combine with. 8:30? Nice, right down the middle.
Here we go.
Sweet! That was really cool. Alright, nearest one is around the corner. Fuck off, guys. Leave me alone. Some nanners. Ah! They're everywhere. Fuck. Nothing? Damn it. No. All right. Next. What's for dinner? Freezer burritos. Ooh, that sounds good. Get alone. Leave me alone. PP gain, no.
Diego better be in there.
Oh, I'm not doing that mission yet.
I got this.
Actually, I'd rather not have to. Yeah, they're gonna force me if I get too close. Oh fuck, I might die. Oh shit, 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 oh shit. No, not the pitchfork. Go away. Carrot cake. No, stop it. Stop picking shit up. That's not what I want. I want food. Super ration. Hell yeah. All right, I live. Yeah, chorizo burrito sounds pretty damn good right now. You still down to kick it next weekend? I'll fix your Outbreak File 2 stuff. Oh shit, nice.
Just freaking die.
Oh my god. Don't let up. How many of you guys are there? There are a lot. Nice. Get some bottled water and be on my way. Nope, not spoiled hot dog. Here, you eat that. Fine, I'll eat ketchup. I don't care. Alright, next is down here. Hopefully I'll find the third suspicious document and they're gonna make me do all of these, which they're gonna make me do all of them. We all know this. Not Saturday, that's my CCW class, but Sunday I'm good. Yeah, I was thinking Sunday. Or you can come after class. Let me know. When do you know when the class is gonna be? It's like an 8-hour class, isn't it? Cement saw. Holy shit balls is right. I like just go around the building. I should just go around the building instead of through it. Oh, maybe not. Yeah. It's over at 5:30, I think, so probably get home around 6:30. Okay. Then I can get there around 6:30 or 7, whatever works better for you guys. We can kick it and then we'll watch Demons. And Demons 2 or something, whatever you prefer. Unless that's too late, I could always come that weekend. I want to impose.
Oh, hell.
Oh shit. Alright. It's Saturday, that ain't late. Okay, okay. Then bet. See you then. Oh shit, I should have seen that coming. Are there so many of you? Yes! Just this one. Alright. I can go back to this motherfucker over here. Nice. This weekend, Demons 2? Hell yeah. You saw Demons. Oh yeah, what up, Jay? How you doing? Whatever time for you to be streaming. Yeah. Demons is way better than Demons 2. Yeah, I'm sure. You saw Demons this weekend, Demons 2. Nice. Yeah. What up, Jay? How you doing? You guys are both red, so I'm sorry if I start merging your guys' chat. You know how it is. Yeah, he showed me Demons and Night of the Demons. I think I like Demons more. But it was a lot of fun.
That's racist.
Oh, that's right. I was supposed to go to a safe house. Yeah, nearest one's here, and then I'll loop-de-loop. You working today, Jay? You light-skinned, Jay? Cyber copied my color. No, you guys look the same to me. Night of the Demons has my favorite inserting lipstick into nipple scene. What's your least favorite inserting lipstick into nipple scene? This fucking guy. You hear that, Jay? Oh, so we look alike, yeah. I can't tell I can't tell you guys apart. So I look really carefully. Let's see. I got the wrong one. I like the blade one. And then flame sword's sick. Oh, stop resupplying. Cyber, shut up, white boy. Say it with your chest, male lips, calm skin. You guys are going there. I need like a Bowie knife. That's not a knife. That's a knife. Is there one? There's be something around here. I've never heard male lips before. That's pretty good. Fuck, I keep thinking I can combine those. I guess not. Oh, I can actually get this down here. And then what's the super crossbow? Because that one's pretty dope, actually. Motorcycle engine? Oh, okay. But I do think the our exhausts. Nope. Fuck. Fuck. Alright. God damn it. Drop this shit. Oh yeah, let me go do the objective. I have to fight my way through.
Oh shit!
Bonky ass can't even spice his food. Salt is too spicy for you. Casper the friendly looking ghost have an ass. You guys are crazy. I love that.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Skin of her teeth, man.
Don't shoot me. You're a zombie. You're supposed to bite me. Mayo lips. I've never heard that before. I learn something new every day with you guys. The one I like is it's from is it Borat? He's like bang bang skeet skeet vanilla face. That one's pretty funny to me.
This is all I can find. Any use?
No. Oh my god. This is freaking believable. How could I have been so stupid?
What is it? Who's behind the zombie outbreak?
Not who, but what. Graves. Full on.
Oh, aliens.
Dome-headed,
Nice.
Anal probing
You're crazy.
aliens.
Is that a chest tattoo?
The zombies are the
It's a
first
chest tattoo.
wave. Conceal the truth, oppress the masses.
Speaking
then
of white
attack.
boys,
Miss,
where's Dry? We're supposed to play video games tonight.
What's going on has nothing to do with aliens. I mean, look around.
Fine. Keep the blinders on. There's a conspiracy here. The evidence may be gone, but I'll just dig out the truth elsewhere. Fine. Keep the blinders on.
Okay,
There's
so
a
we're done here?
conspiracy here.
All right, we're done here. I leveled up too.
Evidence may be gone,
Thanks,
but I'll
Batch.
just dig out the truth elsewhere.
Let's level up. Do duration and effect. Honestly, like in ranged. And we got piercing bullets. That sounds kind of sick. Agility, dodge recovery. Ooh. Sprint maneuverability. Do life. I've been almost dying quite a bit, so let me, yeah. And life regeneration. Let's do that more than stamina. Head job? Ooh. Is that what they're called now? All right, let's do Find Diego. Actually, I kind of want to see if... No, let's just fucking... Just go. I'll be fine. Jay, you working? Yeah, you're working tonight. Are you working right now? Fast as fuck, boy. Mauler? The fuck was that? No, guys, stay out. I'm doing shit. Stay the fuck out. Make a mauler right now. And the dick. Nope, not that. What the fuck? Stop picking shit up I don't want you to do. What's the fucking recipe? I just assume. Mauler is machete and a katana sword. That's what I was trying to do. Wrong button. There we go. There. Pick up the headache pills because I know I'll need it. Is this actually, is there another blade? Because I can turn this into... Let's see. Any more? Oh, that won't do it. Hazmat suit? No. Sorry, this is important. Kinda. Oh shit! Get away from me! I could go out there and just try to find a blade real quick. I'll just switch to this for now. See what the... Oh, cool. Water. Thanks, Cyber. All right. I'm Darth Maul. Chuck axe? What? Fire axe and a harpoon gun. All right, hold on. This is nice. Let me waste this. Let's clear the fucking room a little bit. Actually, if I want to clear the room, I could just use the Queen Bee. Fuck off. All right, and then Harpoon gun. And a fire axe. Why did my aim do that just now? Did I just teleport? Hold on. Wait. Why did I teleport? There it is. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? I'm trying to go to the axe and I'm teleporting. You guys see this? Oh, no, it works now, but that was weird. Look at that. What are you doing, game? Really broke the game. Yeah, what the fuck was that? I think I dropped something over there I wanted to use, like my medicine. Stop it! This game's freaking me out right now. Alright, where am I going? Alright, come on.
Wait, not. Seriously, man. We gotta get out of here.
Teleport these nests to your chin? Nice. That's a good one. What the fuck is this? I'm gonna save just in case it crashes on me or something. What the hell? Diego, where'd you go? I can't find you because I don't even know where I'm at because I keep teleporting.
Come on, man. Come out.
Where'd you go, Diego? In here? Turn that off. Oh yeah, that's right. I was supposed to go to the... Ah, whatever. Oh, here it is. What's up, bro? Add in 3 minutes. It's gonna be, oh, never mind.
You need to stop this. Diego? Please, man.
Do it, Diego. Good day to die.
Diego! Listen, man, I'm begging you. We gotta get out of here. We do not have time for this.
What the fuck? Empty.
Get out of here. Bomb's gonna go off.
Copy that. Life forms shall be neutralized and any organic remnants brought back to the ship for further analysis.
No. Diego? No!
No, Diego, no. You playing Snake Eater? I know, right? Was that the Rage? Who, no, the Fury? Who's the fire guy? The Fury, right? What a thrill. With darkness and silence through the night. What a thrill. I'm searching and I'll melt into you. But a fear in my heart that you're so supreme. I give my life not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime. It's the way. And then she fucking puts some stank on it. I fly to you. I'm still in a dream. Snake Eater. Ba-da-ba-da. Oh wait, did I do the... Some day you go through the rain part. It's all a blur now. I'm just kind of just in the zone. Some day you feed on a tree frog. It's ordeal, the trial, the survive. For the day we see new light. I'm still teleporting. God damn it. That's like the greatest video game song of all time. I can do this all day. What the fuck? Fuck off. Get down here. Oh shit. What the fuck? What the fuck kind of museum from hell? What is happening here? There you go. I will fuck you up. Did I get him? I'm about to. Lurky lurky. Oh, thanks, Zara. Thank you for the lurk. Hope you're having a good day. Appreciate the lurk. I'll do it after this cutscene. I'm out of my hop splash. I'll get another one.
Yeah, I just was a what was that you were saying? About your mama.
About your mama.
About your mama. My mother used to say that to me. About the only thing I can remember when I was a little kid. I feel like I've heard that before. Nick.
Tastes so good, it's make you want to smack your mama.
Come here. Come on.
Up on this duke till it splashes. Hey, that was Chuck.
Really scared the crap out of me.
And Frank, nice.
That guy looks familiar.
Oh shit, Carlito. Wait, this does have connections. Holy shit.
Well, he was the terrorist that caused the
He covered wars, you know.
back in 2006. His sister Isabella helped him. They brought the parasite from Central America. Whatever happened to him, huh?
I tried to tell you. Oh, you did. Welcome back, Angel.
They were supposed to have the shit under control after Fortune City, man.
Fortune City? Damn.
Those Zombrix chips were supposed to keep everybody in line.
What up, Angel?
Now look at this. Huh? You see this? This really scares the crap out of me, man.
This zombie is reported to have begun the Smithville outbreak in 2007, the first outbreak to occur.
I've been here. Sorry I'm not talking. It's okay. I don't expect anybody to sit here and engage an entire stream.
No, holy crap, man.
Yeah, what does that mean? Holy shit. Yeah, he's got the number on him.
What the hell?
Playing schedule 1 and watching though. Tight. Yeah, I think I saw the prompt. That's said it. Well, I appreciate you still here. How's schedule 1 going? Or schedule if you're British.
Shit! Those gang dudes mugged me on the way here. I was so out of it. They took the plane key. Nick, we gotta get it back.
Holy shit, yeah. What the fuck?
What is it, bro?
Parasite in you.
Nothing. It's all good. Let's just go find those keys now.
That guy definitely read it. What up, Rin? I bought my first car and property, LOL. Hell yeah. That's awesome. That game's pretty fun. I gotta get back into it. Wait, what am I doing? Find the gang members? Okay. Actually, wait, I'm supposed to, let's go. Nice. Actually, I'm supposed to, hydrate. Let me get another drink. Yeah, Joey, I gotta put you back to work. Yeah, dude, I like cooking. That's like my favorite thing to do in that game. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go P2 while I'm up. Like, because you get 2 brackets, right? Literally, everybody I fought, I sent them to the loser bracket. And then Frank, I fought him like halfway through, sent him to the losers bracket. And I was surprised because like Frank's good. Like fucking Scorpion himself, he just climbed his way out of the nether realm and got his revenge. And it was down to me and him, and I didn't win a single round of that fight. He fucking wiped his ass with me. So if I was there, I would have been second, LOL. Oh, you're talking shit.
So that party was a blast because I did amazing. Like I was undefeated until the end. Because we had 2 brackets, right? Literally everybody I fought, I sent them to the loser bracket. And then Frank, I fought him like halfway through, sent him to the losers bracket, and I was surprised because like Frank's good. Like fucking Scorpion himself, he just climbed his way out of the nether realm and got his revenge. And it was down to me and him, and I didn't win a single round of that fight. He fucking wiped his ass with me. So if I was there, I would have been second. LOL. Oh, you're talking shit.
Be the man now, dog. Sean Connery. No, one of my favorite lines in the whole franchise of 007 is "That's a Schmidt and Western, and you had your shit." And he like shoots it in the back twice. Like, my man.
And we're back.
Dreaming.
Not much, just being undead at my job right now. Oh, well, hopefully I can provide you some undead company at your job. You got this, buddy. And thank you for hanging out, even though you're on the clock. Appreciate it. We're looking for anything good in here? You think any museum there'd be like some what's sci-fi outfit? What do we got? Oh, sci-fi fantasy outfit. That's funny. Oh, it's chill. Nice. Frog jacket. All right, we're doing it. We're going live. Doing it live. Fuck it. Ooh, shit. There we go. That's better. I just hunger and brain rot all day. Life good. Yeah, that brain rot. Broadsword and was it motor oil? Is that what I need? Dark aviator glasses. Nice. Let's see. So what's that noise? Oh, it's me.
How do you know where they were going? They said they were going to the mansions, man. Where all the rich people live.
Trying, stop talking.
Hey, man. Anxious looking dude trying to get into a house in Sunset. See if he needs a hand.
Okay. Chest beam. What? Like Iron Man? Chest beam. Motorcycle engine and a microwave. Oh, what do you know? You down. You down for now. I'm really curious on what the hell this is going to be. Probably going to be really cool.
Rock on! You're some shit!
I have more guns than I need. I'll stick to melee for now. The game does definitely steer you towards melee. Oh, I need food also. It's food! I need my chapstick. I don't want to get up again. Okay, guys. It's gonna be me and my chapped lips against the world. I ain't leaving. I said I'm not leaving.
I never meant to hurt you, man. When we were little.
Oh, wait. Find the game members, investigate the house. But first, I'm gonna drop your ass off. Get out of here.
Protect me. And this is how I pay you back.
Diego, you weren't yourself. I get it. I really do. The situation doesn't exactly bring out the best.
It's okay. It's okay, Diego. I'll get you out of here. I'll despawn you. Where is it? That way. Where's Diego? Oh, wait. Are you a story one? Oh. Oh, I can't get rid of you. Oh, dude. That means you're dead. You're gonna die. I know what that means. Am I tripping? I don't see Diego here. I got... Oh, no Diego. No Diego, no. Alright. Alright. Rest in peace, because I know, I know what that means. Save. Oh, 5 points. I have 1 point. of DLC. I haven't used any of these. Splitter sounds cool. This is the beast. Shock blaster. Glaciator. Sawtooth sounds kind of neat. Elemental staff is pretty dope. What do I got on me? All right, so Diego, I'm gonna give you this sword. Good luck out there, buddy.
All right, nice. I love it, man.
The fact I can't dismiss you tells me everything I need to know. But you're gonna come with me to investigate this house. That's pretty far. Oh. Oh shit. Alright, I need a car though. No, this isn't exactly... Oh, what's this do? Yeah. Yo! Okay, alright, shit. Alright, Diego, hop in, pimp. Diego? I need you, buddy. Alright, now we're going this way. And then I can't go that way, so... Is it down there to the right? I think it is. Yeah. The bridge... The bridge is out! Hey, watch that again.
Oh, faster! Get these freaking things off!
Oh, we can save somebody. Alright, Diego. This weapon, I feel like it's only good if I'm like surrounded. Alright, yeah, get out of here. Alright, Diego, hop in. Alright, good luck, guy. Oh shit, left or right? Oh, fuck. Game, why are you like this? Alright, Diego, we're going the long way. Peer back. Alright, dude. Fuck! Wait. Oh, yeah. Mission. I tried to dismiss you. That's right, I can't. Or as Steve Burnside would say, I can't.
You're all dead.
Where's that metal music coming from? Let's hope I can climb that wall. Whoa, what the fuck?
Sounds like we got some company.
Alright, time to get my guns. Wait. The Czar. You fucking bastard. I hear you. Where you at? There's also a collectible in here that I want. On the roof? In the trunk? No, I hear you guys. Where are you at? Where are you at? No. There you are. It's on the roof. Right there, I think. Why is everything always on the roof? Just give it. God damn it. Whee! Yeah, I missed that. Can I make this? I think I can. Fuck. Maybe not. I have to go through this building. I already know. How do we get in? Top. I'm really sick of this. Just fucking... Nothing's ever straightforward. Just let me in the fucking building. Here we go. Alright, hold on. Just for a second. Fuck. Nope, nope, stop it.
No way.
I'm not trying to give it to you, I'm trying to pick this up. Fuck. Fuck, why'd I do that? I'm out of inventory space too, don't I? I can't get any more. Until level 50, unless I can get more. So, mobile locker blueprint. Ooh, I have to just take it with you, at least in... Oh, that's awesome. Full life regen. That's fine, yeah, I need more melee. Make them last longer. Melee armor, I think is what they call it, yeah. I think. Is that like health for me from melee damage, or is that health my melee weapons? Saying. Alright, hold on. Decisions. I'm gonna throw a little bear over here. This work? I didn't mean to fall. He's gonna explode, isn't he? Joe. There you go. Well, at least it's not gonna go to waste, I think. Let me get that one. How do I get higher up? This way. Can I make that? No. Oh boy, I could try though. Holy shit. Oh. Ah! No. Fuck. I just want the collectibles. Well, hold on, let me do this first. Plane key. I'll get it in a second. Let me do this. Oh shit. I'm like Iron Man. Hold on, I have to be in the house to get in here? Yeah. I wanted that collectible. Gotta wait. Linda, no! I thought I saved you. Fuck. Did I reload? No. Sorry, Linda. What killed you? I killed all the gang members.
Sir,
idiot.
Are you alright? What, are you locked out of there? Locked out? That's a good one. Sonny, how'd you like to make a deal, huh? Well, that depends, but go ahead, tell me more. I'm a good, honest working man. You can tell, right? Well, I was gonna retire today thanks to a will that's somewhere in that house.
Sorry, Linda.
Why not just go inside and get it? I would, but I tried. I did. You see, the house is overrun with those dead bastards. No idea how they got in, but anyways, I don't have it in me to face it. That back, you know.
I got you, buddy.
I'll reward you handsomely, son.
Handsomely? Shit.
Guess I can find the paperwork. You got a deal. Good on you, kid. Go get that will. I'll be waiting right here for you.
Oh, it's you. It's a fucking weapon. Chainsaw. I can find a. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Shit. Yeah, let me just use all this. I want that chainsaw. I want to combine it with a Bowie knife or something. Or a meat cleaver? The range for that is dick, but it's fine. Bruh, the sun is still out and you're streaming? What year is this? It's the year of Sunday. How you doing, Dry? I'm looking for a meat cleaver that I can make my chainsaw a mini chainsaw, which makes no sense, but it's a good weapon. It's alright, man, just chilling. Nice. How's the family doing? Oh shit, the dry man is here. Yeah, apparently people are trying to play games with you today. You should get on that. Oh, sorry. I mean to hit that guy. The magazine I can pick up and read? No? Oh. Alright, let's look for this motherfucker's will. Where is this goddamn will? Hang on. Dictionary. Fireplace poker. We're going. Playing Vidya. What's up, J-Girl? How is you? Oh, wait. Still hate them, so there's that. Oh, nice. Damn it, Dry. Dry. Join the PP. This is. Are you playing? You're playing Vidya games? Is that what you're saying? Or is there a game called Vidya? Alright, dude, you just gotta get out of the fucking way. Can't be contained. Solsta. Lasta? I don't know what that one is. I feel like you're setting me up for something. Like Slasta D's nuts. I don't know. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Alright, Really? Find the will. Okay, so there is... It's in this house. In, like, a vase? It's in your luggage? In an urn? Which is it? I feel like it's in something, maybe. If I was a will, where would I hide it? It's probably inside something, like a drawer or Parker's art. Flower pot. I don't know. If anybody has any ideas, you know. I'd rather not look it up, but I'm very close to just doing that. Copper creamer? Leather briefcase? Handgun in there. Fireplace. I'm looking up. Where's the fucking Dead Rising 3 will? See. We can find Warren and I think the bedroom closet. What? So what kind of fucking house is this? It goes down. All right, so it's Jay, let me know if you want to play something. If not, I'm gonna go play some Wildlands. Wait, Ghost Recon Wildlands? Nice. Choice. Played it for a while, but I never really played it. I used to have it on PlayStation, and then I sold like an idiot, but I regret it. Do I need to buy it?
Holy cow!
Damn, I wish I owned that one.
Thanks, man. I thought I was a goner. Wait, what's going on here? You were locked in here with these zombies? My stepfather wants my mother's will. She left it all to me. The greedy coward lured the zombies in, then locked
Stop
me.
being so poor, Jay.
If I died, he'd be worth a fortune. But I figured he'd try something, so I planned ahead.
Talk to Warren.
Lucky for you, I came along, I guess. I'll let you in on a secret. I set up that lousy money-grubbing jerk with the fake will. I got the real will with me. Huh. Looks like there's only one way to deal with this.
Kill him. All right, come on. Coming? Okay. Oh, bad I got the survivor killed. All right, here's your shit father. Come on.
No way. Hey, asshole. Funny how you forgot to mention the poor kid trapped inside. The deal's off. Poor kid? Give me a break. He's loaded. And if his bitch of a mother was dumb enough to marry me, then I deserve that money. Sorry, kid, but I guess my only option out of this BS...
Defend yourself. Motherfucker. Piece of shit. Bastard. Get over here. Get over here. Uh-oh. Well, I got something for you. Good old Czarface.
Why'd your mom marry them? She went to buy a car and came back with him. Worst day ever. But I guess it's finally over now.
Wait, we're good now? Okay. Actually, never mind. This game is pricey for how old it is. Maybe wait for a sale. How much is it? Fucking Ubisoft. We're almost as bad as Nintendo. Going to the... Key, Warren has joined. Oh wait, Warren, no! Safe house. I don't want to go all the way that way. I'll just drop you off on the way. Alright, it's your funeral, Warren. Is this a 3-seater? I don't think it is, actually.
Get off my ride!
It's 50 right now? Full price? That's... the game like 2014.
I got it. Get the hell out of here. Back to the hangar. Come on.
The hangar. Okay, yeah, we definitely have to find a car. Well, we could drop homeboy off on the... Ooh, shit. It's 2017 on Steam. Could be older. Jace Truing. What's up, Jace? How you doing? When I think of Jace, I think of Jace from Gears of War 3. Ah! Going to a car spot. Look at those cars. Wait, what? Oh. I think of Jace from DBZ. Who? Oh, he's one of the Ginyu's gang, isn't he? Ginyu Force? Joey. Wait, which one's Jace? Ginyu Squad. Yeah, Ginyu Force. I should unfollow for that. Hey, I got it. When I think of Ginyu, I think of Rikum for some reason. That goofy looking dude. Need a... Oh, this fuckers, get out of the way.
That works.
No.
There.
No, fuck. Okay. Rikum the best. Oh, thank you for the follow, Jace. Appreciate you. Or however you spell that. I got it eventually. I just needed a moment. Are you a Gears? Or like Gears. Are you a Dead Rising fan, Jace? Nice FF reference. Thank you. I have a whole FF layout. Here, check this out. Actually, I need to update my goals a little bit. But yeah. Oh, Elgato is attached right now, but I'll go back. Sorry about that. I am a Dead Rising fan. Nice. I kind of am too. I played this one on recommendation of a friend, and I am really liking it. This is a really good game. I just need to... Oh yeah, I came in for a car. And then I'm gonna go to a safe house. I'm gonna drop off this motherfucker Warren. Find... I think this will fit for. This will for sure. Hop in, guys. No, give it back. Want to play Left 4 Dead Dry or Xbox? Oh, this is on PC. This is PC. This is on Steam. All right, Warren. Diego. Everybody in? Damn. Why is that? Gonna go this way. On the way. No, I might as well. I might as well take him all the way. Actually, be faster if I just do this. I think I'll drop him off over here. This one's easier to get to anyway. Jay's probably trying to co-op. I had the game on my Xbox and no. Oh. I don't think this has crossplay. Xbox wasn't cool then to let you crossplay. I really just said that to hopefully trigger someone. What the fuck? Oh my god. But yeah, this is my first playthrough, Jace. I'm really liking it. This way, right? And then, yeah. And then, sorry. This is not, okay, yeah. $30,000 PP, that's a lot of PP, guys. I have one and I spliced it, then combined it with my S3 smartwatch. Looks fucking dope. Oh shit, you know those leather cuffs that Dick makes? Yeah. Spliced and combined. Oh nice, you should upload a photo. Like all the achievements in the game, and it's a bitch to like, oh dude, I bet. Honestly, achievement hunting is kind of a bitch to do in general, but that sounds pretty cool. Like there's some games where I'm just like, I'm not gonna do that. But no, mad respect to those people that are like, it's like just mad achievement scores. All right, I'm gonna go over here and dismiss Warren before I get him killed. Bye, Warren. And two. Yes. Should really just go the other way when I do this. What do I have on me again? Yeah. I need some melee. Send some pics in the Discord. Nice. See. 1 second. Sorry, everybody. I'm very curious about this. Oh, dude, that looks really cool. You should show Dick if you haven't. I got 3 achievements in Dead Rising 1, the updated version. Nice. The deluxe remaster. I gotta get that at some point. I would like to play it. Wait, hold on. What did I do? Oh yeah.
What are you, Lucas Link?
Let me get. Mini chainsaw's cool, but I like the flame sword. That's a good one. And while I'm here, where's the hammer? Not pummel, but the other one. There it is, electric crusher. I will drop the motor oil. Pick up flaming sword. Nope, flaming sword, and then I'll get on my way. I did show him. He didn't say whether he really liked it or not. Oh, well, I like it. I'll tell you. In, bro. Diego. There you go. Get in the fucking car. I think it's dope as hell. It is pretty dope. All right, we're gonna go this way. I'm gonna need a new car soon anyway. Oh, very soon at this rate. Actually, is there is a car shop on the way. All right, we're gonna switch. You get another one. Another one. Left. Oh, my bad. Diego, I missed your, or not Diego. I'm sorry, Jace. I missed your message. You have 3 achievements left. Nice. Which ones? Sounds very tricky to do. We're gonna go just down the road. We're gonna scoop it. Oh shit. What have I done? Military achievements and PP stickers. Nice. Yeah, I'll probably get to that at some point. The fuck did I hit? Going around. Can I go through that or no? I think I can. Level 35, bitches! I tried 4 and Jesus Christ his ass. I thought it was alright. Like, it started off pretty strong, but it really did lose me towards the end. It went on too long. Missions got frustrating, and I like the Christmas aesthetic, but does every enemy need to be an elf? I got elf burnout. And this one is significantly better. I like this one a lot. Right? Okay. That's sometimes way from grinding max level. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of work in that game. But they had good ideas. I don't know if they like rushed it or what, but it could have been great. So let me upgrade 4 points. Let's do life. They got new devs, and the previous works were sports games. They got new devs for 4? That explains a lot.
Huh? Oh, it's you two. You scared me, Nick. I'm nervous something bad's gonna get in here. Like something worse than that.
Whoa. Yeah. Nice paint job.
Thought he'd be dead by now, Nick. But are you sure he's
And then I saw that Capcom Vancouver or something died while making 5, which sucks. I guess they canceled 5, which I read was supposed to take place between 2 and 3, and it's gonna deal with Chuck and his little daughter or something like that. I'd rather the franchise doesn't die. In Mexico, exactly.
What is this world coming to?
Honey, I gotta figure out where we can find the parts she needs. Give me a few hours.
And now what? Diego, stay here. I don't want to play with you anymore. Explore well-rounded researches. Okay. Oh no! What am I doing? Don't throw that. No, I think I'm pretty good for now. Let me use this and just get it out of the way. It's not the best. I just don't want to waste it, you know? Hey, Dick. Bye, Dick. The news does say they got rid of the timer because people ran out of time. I mean, you can balance it. This one feels good. Like, it's enough pressure to keep me on the move, but I don't feel stressed like the other one kind of gets me going, like 1 and 2. You know what I mean? Like, I think this has, like, probably the best mix of, like, leisure to timeline ratio. If that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, what's your take on this one? What's your ranking of the Dead Rising games? If you sound like a huge fan. Hey, what up, Jay? Yeah, Jay, I know you're not really into the crafting, but this is a good game. I think you'd like it. Three, 1, 2, and 4. So 3's your favorite. Nice. Honestly, I might say the same. Oh shit. Killing zombies is fun. I thought 2 was a good game, but the big downgrade from the first. This got middling. Third got middling reviews, so I just skipped it. It's got middling reviews. The issue was. Oh wait, no, I can combine this. Hold on, fuckers, wait. It's actually not what I meant to do. I'm trying to do is this. I never played 2 except for a demo. Oh dang. What the fuck? What the fuck? Cool. On YouTube. Nice. I want to play the ones I can't play anymore. The arcade Xbox 360, like Case West and Case Zero. I think those are locked on that, and now you can't buy them anymore. Oh, wrong button. No, 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 no. Have to press. This is gonna explode already, isn't it? How many side missions I got? I'm pretty sure I have Case West on Steam. What am I thinking of? Is it Case Zero? One of them is for sure locked on, at least one of them is for sure locked on 360. Is Case Zero? I thought there was 2. But still, I would like to. No, oh wait. I think I have Case West 2 now I think about it. I was thinking about. You guys know what I'm talking about. There is one, at least one. I thought 2. That was trapped. I'll just go on foot. Investigate the boutique. And we got. Investigate the clothing store. Let's do the clothing store first. I remember, if I remember wrong, I have Off the Record, not Case West. That's what it is. Hey, Off the Record is on PC because that's what I have too. Case West and Case Zero, I think, are the ones that are digital only. And I think they were console exclusive. I think they were PS3 or 360 only. What's up, dog? No more side missions.
Hey, Nick. Kinda looks like somebody's alive in that big mansion by Big Bucks in Sunset.
Hola, amigo. Everything okay here? Easy. Today is a good day. Look at how those rabbit diablos chew and gnaw their enemies.
If Dead Rising 2 gets a remake, they're gonna combine Case Zero and West, and then maybe Off the Record. It'd be DLC for sure, but I hope so. Do you know if
You almost make it sound like you admire
the Lecture Master got enough money to justify 2?
vengeance. You're like some, just wait. Back home, I am a professor of anthropology.
Anthropology.
what will those stuck-up putas make me do? Dream
Those
their
putas.
show me their shit. No must no good for me. Zombies, they don't give a shit.
I don't care. What do I do?
Still not the best role. Not so fast, amigo. Bring me some of that meat. I want to show you.
Hunks of meat? Okay. Yeah, I can do that. So it. Oh. Nice. Yeah, it's refreshing to hear that this is your favorite one too, Jace, because this is probably my favorite now. I know that Deluxe Remastered, they made a lot of quality of life improvements, and they changed the art style a little bit. Like, I actually kind of hate New Frank. I mean, the motherfucker fugly, but I think it's different enough to consider a different game, so I kind of want to play that one at some point too. There's probably no trunks, but there's also a safe house right here, so I'm gonna try and level up. Yeah, let me break this. Fuck. My pee-pee, no! Just trying to wait for this to break. You can have the OG Frank in the remake. Oh, you can? You can switch that model? That hideous Leisure Suit Larry looking model? He looks like Leisure Suit Larry in that game to me. Like, he was never, like... I guess, I mean, he wasn't ugly. Like, he just looked like a weird looking dude in 1. And then in 4, they turned him into a Zaddy Frank. And then they turned him into a fucking troll in Red's DLC. Okay, I'll pay for that. They make him look like a goddamn goblin in Deluxe Remastered by default. I hate how he looks. Just wasting time. Costs like $4. Oh, worth every penny. Thank you, it broke. Alright, let me find some meat. One. And I think... Oh shit! Oh shit! I'll just zigzag, it's fine. There's more meat on the ground. Oh, there's meat right here, actually. Thank you again for the follow. I give you one.
I don't know about this. Bueno. But, here's your meat.
Got some meat for you. Ready. I can't. And I can't. The sales on the Deluxe Remaster. I'm not sure what you're saying. I can't. The sales on Deluxe Remasters. That has to be a typo. Find. Oh, okay. I'm sure it'll happen. Are you playing it on console or Xbox? Is what you said. On console, yeah. Because I was gonna say I'm almost positive. Like one day soon, we're gonna get a sale on that. On fuck. Oh, there's a chainsaw right here. One fucking chainsaw. What? On Steam is what I'm trying to say. Cause Steam be having them sales, baby.
Give it. Okay, I need it.
Let me find some more meat. Speaking of meat, Jay, have you seen the Midnight Meat Train? So cool. That looks like a Jay movie. Jay has seen it. What am I saying? Of course you've seen it. Many years ago, it was okay. I thought it was pretty damn good. I never read the short story though. I always wanted to. I should get that like compilation. Alright, I ran out of meat. Any more meat? What time are you going to work, Jay? But you're talking about the sales numbers are not. Oh, my bad.
Not now.
Sales numbers. Yeah, I could probably find that on. I think that's exposed usually like for Steam games, right? But yeah, I have no idea. I hope it's deemed successful because I would like a 2 remake. I'd say how some of these companies have gotten so big that like you can sell multiple million copies and still a failure. Like EA killing Dead Space twice. Any more meat? I see arms. Do I need a blade to do this? Does it not count? Look at me! Alright. Chainsaw. What? I want to see how they remake this game. You think they'll all just get like, if anything, I can see this getting like remastered, like a full-on like another deluxe remaster or whatever the fuck Dead Rising is. The first one is. I'd be down for another one. Bitch. Right, give me one more arm. I just need one more hunk of meat. Probably already on the floor somewhere. Oh, it's a flare. Yep. And not an Xbox and PC exclusive. Yeah, I was pretty stoked when this got ported to Steam. I just never really got to it until today or last week. I'm quite liking it.
Give it to me. I need it.
Dude, bro.
Oh, I did not need to see that. God, yes, it feels so good.
You gonna turn?
I have my vengeance. I am eating the rich.
Yeah, I didn't expect that.
I bet there is so much more meat out there. Rich meat. I come with you, amigo. Yes, you might find more. You put one hand on me, and you're dead. You hear me?
Alright, bye, Jose. Go to the boutique. Also, it's like you can't do smart glass missions. I heard about that. There's also connect functionality, apparently. Can I break through here? No. Open this door? Yes. Isn't that amazing? My first instinct was to go through the window and assume the door was locked. Hey, there's a statue up there. What do I do? Oh, damn. God damn! God damn! I have a Kinect. I have a 360 Kinect and an Xbox One Kinect. It's funny, I never actually used them for consoles. I used them for motion capture animations. Oh shit. We got a helmet bomb. Safe. I'll stick with these. How do I get to that girl though? Oh, there's stairs here. Hi. You look like Anna Williams a little bit. Second.
Oh, darling. Don't be so clueless. It's haute couture. And my fans would have
Haute couture.
Can't think why. Oh,
How about haute couture?
all the raw meat you're wearing.
No, darling, don't be so dramatic. But maybe you have a point. You will help me shop till we drop, won't you?
Her coat. They look insane. Alright, what do you want?
Shopping? Now, lady, this isn't the time for that.
It's the perfect time to shop and the perfect time to redefine my look. Lead on, Minnie.
Alright, ad break in 3 minutes, and it'll be for 3 minutes. Just a heads up, everybody. I'm sorry. What am I giving you? Wait. Oh, wait, what? Give item.
That works.
Never.
What am I grabbing? I wasn't paying any attention. I just have to find shit from different stores. Fashion victim. I was skipping. I was too busy trying to be funny. I failed at that too, which is annoying. Bring dig. Oh no. Okay, so there's 3 stores. Oh, it's marked. Joey. Which one's closest? Not it. Z&E. Oh, you're following me. What do you want?
This has dazzling comeback written all over it. Don't you think?
Also, don't forget there's one DLC that's exclusive to an Xbox. For 3? I didn't know that either. God damn this. Why do I like this? Console exclusive DLC should be illegal. I hate it. If you want Kratos in your fighting game, don't make that Xbox's problem. That's fun DLC. What is it exactly? Is it like story based? Or do you get like some dope recipes, I bet?
Yes, Queen. Yes, Queen.
Oh, up Cyber? Oh shit. I gotta give you a weapon, girl. Can you take this? Alright, come on! Let's go to a store and I'll give you a weapon. Is Capcom having fun? I like to think so. I gotta give this bitch a weapon. What you got in here? First of all, let me give her like a cookie or something. You okay? Super rations. You take this. Take this. Stop it. Stop it. Take it.
There.
Thank you.
I'll give you a knife at least. You're gonna cross. Oh yeah, here, take a gun.
Try this.
There you go. There you go. It was arcade DLC. I believe it. That sounds about right. Like Xbox Arcade. Is that what you're talking about? One more stove. Did I drop anything else? I feel like I dropped something. Give you this shit. Oh, I guess we're fine. Alright. Oh yeah, that's right. I dropped the bear over there. He's probably gone now though. Going this way, lady. Sword! Yeah. Sweet. Alright, that's fine. Alright. Alright. Alright, lady. Get back here.
Oh, perfect. A little last season, but on me, they'll be positively futuristic.
Somehow you managed to stuff an entire closet in your bag, except for a pair of shoes.
Well, let me give you some words to live by. Get a good lawyer, never sleep with your agent, and always have good shoes.
Even during a zombie outbreak. Words to live by, huh?
Yes.
Nice. Very nice.
From my
How you doing, Cyber?
effortless.
The cop hat? What is that?
Yes, we need shoes. Now come on.
Who's two? God damn it. Alright, let's go. At least you have a way to defend yourself. Let's work. Yeah. Is this idiot hitting people with the gun instead of actually shooting people with it? Lena? Damn it, Lena. What? I'm gonna save your dumbass. What do you think I'm doing? You know what? You're waiting for a man to get off work? Nice. How's she doing? All right, she's good. Is this it, or do I have to? Will I connect? Let's just go around. Fuck shot me. Oh shit! What? Sick. This is fun. She's mad she didn't get to go Pokemon hunting with the kids. Aw. Oh, that's right. She got into Pokemon Go, huh? Did she Pokemon Go to the polls? It just still makes me cringe. All right, we have the key.
I don't think so. No door can stand in my way.
You can do kick it down. I like how I have the big Thor hammer, and he just fucking just kicks it down with her heels.
Oh, this has dazzling comeback written all over it. Don't you think?
Sure. Oh. Get out here, Lena.
I guess the
You look
veterinarians of the world will
weird.
I do aim to captivate.
Crystallos are made for crushing balls.
Minion, as a reward for your efforts, you will be my new assistant.
I'm gonna go drop her off. Where's the nearest? All the way back here.
Try not to attract too much attention.
Darling, attention is what I live for. Come along, the city awaits.
Follow me. Take your ass back home. Oh shit. Alright, maybe I can cut through the alley and avoid the horde of zombies. I think I can actually. Yeah. Oh shit. I'll just do a few more of these and then I'll probably make some dinner and chill out. Alright, get out of here. Saving your life. Bye. Bye. Alright, and then what do I have and what am I missing? Let's see. I could use. Yeah. One. And I really like the hammer, dude. I really like it. Where is it? Not the pummel blast. Pummel blast kind of sucks. That one. Oh shit. Actually, I need one more. I'm gonna fight some humans. Is it still gonna be rearming or I get the Tsar now? Would be combos. Right? Pass it versus Tsar. It would be in here. There we go. Tight, tight. Let me drop this thing. It's not that great. Actually, you know what? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, alright, yeah, fuck this gun. Also, this game is almost a PS3 game, but the PS3 is how I say it. Is that like, is there more? Are you saying it was like graphics wise or something? What should we getting at? Boom! Need a car badly. So what mission am I going to? Hopefully something closer. Fuck, everything's far away. I'll do that Maniac. The devs couldn't figure out how to make the game properly on PS3. Yeah, I can see that. This game is huge. Like, for the time, this map wouldn't work on that. Yeah, my best bet is to actually make it this way first.
Oh, come on! Come on, Nick, run! Oh.
Nice. Damn it, this car is slippery. It turns on a dime, which is just weird. Look at this. Weighs nothing. Give me all your pee-pee. Alright, let's do... Shit, fuck off. Actually, I'm at the junk car. Fuck. Alright, and now we're going, yeah, to the... And I mean, you have time? I should have time. I'll be okay. Let me go kill this guy dead, and then I'll hit the freeway, and I'll loop back around. That's what I'll do. Yeah! PS3 wasn't powerful enough? Yeah, it was not. Like, it was good for the time, but I don't even think the 360 can handle this.
Shut the hell up!
And I gotta go down. Yep. Is there a headlight button? Fucking dark. $360 as well, but Microsoft paid for some game on Xbox One. God damn it. Go through there. Ah, you bastards. No, fuck. Alright. Going on foot. They cut some stuff. Yeah, I bet. Alright. Oh, nice. That was an accident. Wait, is it telling me to do that, or did I already do that? Where's Tracy? Tracy, where you at, girl? You're in the map? R. Alright, let me go save Tracy first.
Come on.
Alright, bye, Tracy. Don't follow me. We're okay. We're okay. Yeah, they're junk. Resupplying. Alright, fuck. That's fine.
Get a move on.
I would have to kill Joey, the porn producer. He was like, find 6 hot male zombie dudes. Oh boy. Can I eat anything while I'm here? Oh shit, I hear a blueprint. I don't think I can climb that though. Shit, what do we got? Party gloves? Sure.
Right on.
Which one? I think this had more charge to it. I don't know what these do, but I'm excited to see. Then I'll investigate the highway. Let me just kill this guy first. Let me see. Was that it? God damn this game. Times. Fuck you, game. That's stupid. Nice. It's locked. I'll have to go all the way around. Okay. Oh. Okay, okay. That's pretty nice. The backyard. Then he hits him with the boom. Look at the wind up.
service for days.
Service? Are you okay?
Yeah, the help took off days ago. You're like super late. And I'm not okay? I need you to run down to the store and get me some batteries for the remotes and a bag of chips.
I heard you might have a key to the armory. That's what I'm looking for. There's a zombie outbreak going on. Do you even know anything about this?
I think it's around here somewhere. Yep, there it is, right there.
Great. Can you come give it to me? Look, you need to give me that key. There's weapons in that armory that could keep dozens of people alive.
Actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna need a little downtime. You know, all this talk is just kind of sleepy. So I think I really need you to go now, okay?
Nice. I have stuff for that.
Quit hiding behind your toys!
Oh, you poor son of a bitch. Whatever. I got more of them.
Do I need to find keys somewhere? I just need to keep killing these.
You at least have chips with you? Take a load off and die.
People out there need that key!
This. The fuck? Can I just? Okay, I don't know what you want from me. Ah!
You're so boring, man. Man, that really brings me down.
And you'll see where 1 prologue and 3 epilogues were per protagonists. Oh yeah, I remember hearing something about that. It was like multiplayer, right?
That's gonna bruise.
The fuck?
I've had enough of you. Die already.
Open the door, dude.
How are you still alive?
I don't know. Shit.
You should just give in, you know?
Maybe. I remember hearing something about that where it's like co-op multiplayer DLC where you play as all 3 protags, and I think they added Katie? Was that her name?
People out there need that key!
Where'd I go? Let me in. Let me in! I need a key or something. I mean, I found the location. Oh.
I shouldn't laugh.
Huh? Oh, now I gotta do this. That's fucked up. I already did that. Hey!
Why can't you just let me nap?
Kill yourself, coward. Oh shit.
Stop it. Leave already. That was a birthday gift.
Ah, sorry. I itched.
That's my stuff.
There we go.
I kind of think you should stop that.
Nah. Ah!
I see. You're done.
You're done.
Oh, I've had enough of you. Die already.
Why don't you just die already?
So I can take a nap.
What the fuck? Like a heart attack?
Holy shit.
A lot of pee-pee. Actually, there's a collectible down here. And a green herb, that has to be a reference. Theodore defeated. Theodore was fun. He's not my favorite chipmunk, but he's up there. Oh, it was down here. In the house? Stairs, maybe? Yep. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. And let's do that other mission. Investigate the highway before it's too late.
Oh, hell.
Sweet. Is this running? Oh. Why would it be? What's the quickest way out of here? Sick. Ooh, and a golden recipe. What is this? Boom Bear? What's Boom Bear got? Boom Bear and dynamite. Okay. Gotcha. Where's the dynamite? I love you too. Wait. Oh, I need Freedom Bear. Oh shit. I gotcha. There we go. You're dumb. I'll hold on to them. Get out! I don't want to be here anymore. Let's get on the freeway and then find a car from there. We'll use my hammer. So it. Fucker. Oh boy. Saw him coming too. I was like, oh, fuck off. Right road? Yeah. Yes. Okay, and then here we're good. Go investigate that fucking highway.
Let go!
I don't know if that was a good or bad thing I just did. Can I exit? Yes. And it's working out pretty alright. Things considered. Oh yeah, I have points. Let's see. Driver recovery. Mechanic. Vehicle push. Ability. More melee would be kind of cool. Enemy grapples less. Okay, that's actually pretty good. Sprint maneuverability. Hard to grab a hold of. With the crowds, I could go for casual swim. Oh! Hey Marcus, what's up, man? What's going on, buddy?
Hey, man. What happened?
Just a scratch.
Good? Yeah, we're good.
The guys that did this to me, and it won't just be their damn van on fire.
Whoa. What did they do to you?
I rode with them boys for damn near 10 years. And then they turned on me and left my ass for dead.
So, how does blowing up a delivery van count as payback?
Shit. I gotta spell it out for you. It ain't about the vans, man. It's about the contraband that's inside them. The outbreak sure threw a wrench in their plans. There ain't no way they're getting the goods out of the city. Not with me around.
Guess they'd have to get past you to do that.
Well, now you're seeing the big picture. You want in? Find the vans, light them up.
Find vans. Oh.
Come on, princess. All you gotta do is destroy those vans.
Okay, you know what? Does he get freaky with that eye hole? Well, we're about to find out. Hello, princess. Find these fucking vans. I like vans. I wear vans sometimes. Actually, I wear vans a lot. Oh, okay. All right, that's fine. That's fine. Just hop to it. How spread out are these? They are. Oh, that's right.
Let go!
What time is Amanda off? Yeah, I'll just make a big circle. Actually, I should back on the freeway. And then make this circle so I can be close to the other mission by the end. Yeah, that's what I'll do. 10 minutes? Oh, nice. Damn it. Okay. So many fucking zombies. I killed almost 20,000 zombies, guys. I'll tell her I said hi.
Leave it!
Oh, goddamn. Goddamn. No, I won't. No, I don't. I will. Uh-oh. Coming. Yeah, 3 survivors in 1. Oh shit, what the fuck did I just hit? Fucking zombies are there? Oh, cool, 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 cool. There should be a lot of people. There's 3 of you guys. Just fuck off, though. I don't want you guys to follow me. Alright, cool. They're going away. Phew. Fuck, I can't type. I know. I noticed. It's okay. I love you anyway. It's okay, I can't read. Apparently. I know it's different between chat, game, and then like different chats in front of me, and then my texture over here. It does fuck with me a little bit. I don't know if it's like the size and the distance. I don't know. I don't know. Sick. I was saying we gotta do a co-stream and have us popcorn read. What's popcorn read? Oh, like you read chat, I read chat, you read. Oh man, that would fuck me up actually. We do gotta do a co-stream though. Let's do we still gotta do the Aliens DLC. Fuck, I go around.
Get off!
I don't think I can get on the freeway from here, so let me just flip this bitch around. Have us all dyslexic motherfuckers in there. We'll be rereading each other's chat and we're like, oh shit, you had that one, my bad. Am I doing this right? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Fuck off. Wait, how the fuck do I get off this freeway again? Hold on. Not the middle. Was I going the right way? I think I missed a right turn somewhere. I think I'm fucking up. Yeah, this is exit right here, I guess. Yep, it's right here. How much time do I have in this game? 3 days, 2 hours? Uh-oh. God damn it, again. Oh, that's convenient. Hell yeah. right, next one is yeah. Gotta take off the ramp. The off ramp. Yeah, yeah. I just didn't see it. It's so fucking dark. Not every car has fucking headlights either, which is kind of annoying. Oh shit. This will be fun. Oh nice, they did it for me. Alright, cool. Thank you guys. And go the long way. Go straight, hug right. It's so realistic. This is a really good game though. Have you played this one before, Cyber? Oh, I thought I saw the thing, it was gonna explode. Boom! Only the first two? Yeah, you're missing out. If you see this on sale, I think you'd like it. Already! That's okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait. Oh, yeah. I'm pretty close. I'll find another car. I'm gonna head out, kisses on the tip. Nice, thank you. My tip kiss back.
Oh God.
Fuck. Oh shit. I can make it through that. That bitch. Talk to Marcus. Damn it, I gotta go all the way back over there? That's not that far. This car ain't gonna make it, but I can try. The car out here, maybe? I want to drive a cop car. Oh shit! I didn't see that. Oh shit. Hey, what up, Frenchie? How you doing? I'm dealing with shit in this game. This seems getting a little hype right now. Trying to get on the freeway. I can get to this one mission over with, so I can start the next story one, and then I'll probably raid out, but why don't I at least get that done? In the car! In the fucking car! Alright, how about you? I'm doing alright. I don't really want to go to work tomorrow, but, you know. At least I have a short week.
Wasn't sure I was gonna make it.
Yep. Going the right way. You playing anything good these days? What have you been on? Marcus, my man, my boy. Bro, I'm calling out tomorrow. The weekend kicked my ass. You doing okay? Something happened?
And a deal's a deal. So let's hit the gas and raise some hell.
Man conditions. 20,000 PP. Nah, just exhausted. I feel it. I've been there. Hope you get well rested tomorrow. Enjoy your day off. This way. Oh, he's following me. Alright, man, that's your own peril. I will be ditching you at the next safe house, though, Marcus. So I think I have... Yeah, I have 4 points. What did I spend it on? Melee. Plus, I'm dealing with a shoulder injury, so I'm not feeling... Oh, yeah. Dude, I'll feel better. That sucks. Oh shit. Ah, fucker. I think they steer the wheel sometimes when they do that. Oh, Marcus! Okay, Marcus? Yeah, you're fine. Come here, buddy. Let me get you a weapon. Oh shit. Alright, Marcus is getting fucked up. Oh nice, blueprints. What do we get? The slapper? I'm gonna get you the slapper, Marcus. Marcus is gonna die. That's his own fucking fault, but whatever. Marcus!
Oh yeah.
Here you go, buddy. Oh, Marcus has a weapon. Oh, there's a collectible out here, though. Hold on, what do we got? There it is. Alright, Marcus, we're almost there. Home stretch, buddy. I'll find us a car. Can't find us a better fucking weapon. Oh, yeah. Alright, follow me, Marcus. Marcus, a car!
Back off!
Get off the car! Marcus! Jesus, Marcus. Get in the fucking van. Is he in? In the back? I think he's in. Oh my god. Let's go, Marcus. Oh, you are here. Cool, cool. Let's do this. Dick. Doing. Diego's in there doing shit. Talk to Rhonda. Actually, this is it for side missions? Yeah, I'm doing it all. Chapter 6. Oh, so I'm actually doing things kind of ahead of time. I thought I was falling behind. The Blambos looks cool. All right, get here.
Is she ready yet?
We still need those parts.
Jesus, man. We gotta get out of here.
Listen, the good news is I found this letter from that Richie Rich collector in Sunset Hills.
Richie Rich.
Fetish. He's got the parts.
The Archie Comics fans out
He
here.
wants to donate him. I say, let's help a man out.
What's up with this guy? He's gonna turn, isn't he?
He's okay now.
Diego, help me put the fuel in the plane while Nick's gone. I can't do it by myself.
We're done here? What are we doing? Okay. Gonna save? And we're gonna start this. Alright, the game's gotta freeze when I do stuff, apparently. Alright, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being here. Thanks for lurking. Thanks for chatting. All that good stuff. So who do we got? What are we doing right now? We got Puff. GG. Thanks, Angel. Appreciate you. Big hug. Thanks for recommending this game. I love it. This is a great idea, a great suggestion, and I fucks with it. Let's see. Should I rate somebody who didn't need to be rated? Dang, this girl's got 600? No. We're fine. Let's see who else. Alright, we're gonna raid Lovely Lotus. I love that you are loving it. Oh, dude, this is great. I'm off to Din Din. Ooh, dude, enjoy your Din Din. The crab legs, is it official? I want some crab legs. I'm probably gonna be a little fatty fat fuck and go get some Taco Bell after this, so. See? Nice. Nice. Alright, we're gonna raid Lovely Lotus. Gonna do that over here. She's nice, she's sweet, and she's playing, was she just chatting right now? I thought she was playing something. Hold on, what is this? No, we're gonna raid somebody who's playing something. Who else we got? The fuck is this? No, just chatting raids. You guys don't want that. Is this Wuthering Waves? Nah. Is anybody reading anything good? You guys want to watch Super Sleepy TV we do see Cat play. She's fun, but she's got 600 viewers. A lot of viewers. Kampachi. Oh, Kampachi. She's playing Sons of the Forest. Alright, yeah, we're gonna raid Ken, okay? Alright, everybody. Raid Ken Pat. She 512. Alright, you guys all have a wonderful rest of your weekend. All few hours of it left. Give Kampachi some love and have a great week. I might stream tomorrow. We'll see. Depends on what I'm doing. I might actually have to work on some stuff, but we'll see. If I'm free, I'll be here. Hopefully finishing this game.